Sorry if that started you. Sorry if that started you. No, you didn't.
That's what you did.
Oh, I dropped papers.
On.
I have a training getting ready to start. So I'll have to deal with it too, okay? Is that all right? But I have a training getting ready to start.
Oh,
So you keep working, but I don't have the,
Hi, somebody's not muted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Anna. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. Alrighty, we have quite a few people on.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. By my clock, I have 1 p.m. So I'd like to say hello and welcome. If it's your first time joining us for our monthly meeting, thank you for joining us. And it's not your first time, welcome back. So my name is Aurelia Johnson, and I am a career education specialist with Workforce Board, and I am a part of the Foster Care Collaborative work group that we have here today. And we have a few of my other planning committee members that are on here, and I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Good morning. Good afternoon, Anna.
Hey everyone, my name is Anna Cluth. I work at Workforce Solutions at the board. My primary role is Student Hireability Navigator. I promote services that are available through vocational rehabilitation, specifically ones that are called pre-employment transition services. But I am also happy to be a part of the planning committee for the Foster Youth Collaborative. And excited to be here today and share the awareness of National Foster Care Month being May. So I will tag somebody else to go next. Trying to see who else from our planning group is on. I saw.
Anna, I can go next.
Okay, I saw you might be on the phone, so I wasn't sure.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laura Banks. I am the workforce supervisor at the Hayes Center, and my team, we help assist youth with assisting with employment, or if they need assistance with resume writing or mock interviewing.
Alrighty. And Laura, do you want to announce your news or?
Oh, for next week?
Yes.
And for next week, I will be with the Coalition for the Homeless as a youth advocacy.
Okay. So, and we are hoping that Laura gets to stay as part of our planning committee and especially part of our collaborative. Laura has brought in many of the connections that we have here and a lot of the presenters. So everybody wants to give Laura I don't know, good
Thank
luck,
you.
send off. And then hopefully we'll just see you as continue to see you, but in a different role and under a different organization.
Yes. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everyone.
Yes. We do have our icebreaker question before we allow other people to introduce themselves or ask other people. It's if you could immediately gain one skill, what would it be? And if you will enter that into the chat, and then you can also come unmiked if you would like to share yours with the group in person. That would be great. Also, I don't know if Janine, did I see Janine? Looks like Bobby's on. Maisha or do you see anybody else, Aurelia, from the group? Shonda?
I do not. I know Maisha said she will be joining us a little bit later today, so she's not on yet.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello. My name is Andre Taylor. Hello.
Oh, hi, Andre. You have a little bit of feedback. Are you in a space where you're on a phone and on a
Could you
computer?
guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Andre.
Hello. Oh yes, ma'am. My name is Andre Taylor. I work with Collective Advocacy Youth. I'm also a part of the Hay Center. I extend child welfare and also extend the juvenile justice system as well. And one thing I would want to gain out of this is to have or louder voice for those that experience both of those situations. And help them get I would say better help on the inside because you advocate for it. There's people that doesn't have the same intentions that you guys. Did you guys hear me?
Yes, we did. Thanks for that input. We had a little bit of interference, but I did get the gist of what you said. Thanks for sharing that, Andre. And we'll introduce you shortly, okay? So hang tight.
I just thought we was passing around intros.
Oh, we were. You're correct. We were doing an icebreaker. You were absolutely on point. But I was letting you know we will also be introducing you a little bit later. So don't go anywhere. Okay, thanks,
Yes,
Andre.
ma'am.
Okay, so as we have more people joining us, we have some good answers for their skill they would like. Multilingual, that's a really good one. And then another one, speak Spanish. Laura wants to read people's minds. That would be nice. Scuba diving, fun. Fly, technology super skills. That's a really good one. I like that. All right, predict the stock market. Teleporting, learn sign language. Hey, Maisha.
Hello.
You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Maisha Lyons, and I'm a contract manager with the Gulf Coast Workforce Board.
Awesome. Okay. Well, we can just, I think, go ahead and get into it. We feel free to keep answering in the chat, but we do have quite a good good amount of information to share today. And so, Aurelia, would you like to introduce our guest speaker today?
Absolutely. So he gave us a little bit of sneak peek of of his intro for his interest and what his skill would be. But if you guys, anyone joined us with our last meeting, it was last month. At the end of the meeting, we had a young individual that was a part of the foster youth population that spoke up. And so we were just so impressed and so excited about his input and what he wanted to bring and share to this space. We asked him to come back and share his experience. So without further ado, Mr. Andre Taylor, I will give the floor to you if you would like to just speak with us and let us know a little bit about your journey and just let us know some more insight about what your journey has been in the foster youth population as a young person.
My journey has been.
Andre, I'm sorry to interrupt. 1 second. So you have a little bit of feedback in the background. Is there any way we can?
Oh, that's my son. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Oh, oh, bless your heart. You're trying to multitask as a parent. I understand. Well, you proceed. Go ahead. We'll make it work. Okay. You're muted right now, Andre. There you go.
Okay. 1 second. My journey has been rocky. It has been some good and there has been some bad. I won't say that my whole future well, where I have got to now, fell back on the people that were relying on me, but it had a big part. I can't say that a lot of the mistakes that I made or that are on my background, you know, uh, wasn't on me, but I can say a lot was on the care that I had. I was removed from a situation, which was my parents, and I was told that if I told a group of people this or a group of people that you know, that it would make my situation a little bit better, and it didn't. It kind of made it a little bit worse, I went from having my own space and being abused from time to time, and me having the background that I have with mental health. A lot of people didn't believe uh, what I was saying, advocating that this place was bad or that place was bad. But you come to look at it now, about 10, 11 years, a lot of these places that I was telling you that, was hurting me, that, you guys just looked over, they're under investigation. If you can understand what I'm saying. And a lot of those are closed. And now I have this jacket that is going to I'm a very transparent person. So I made one mistake and told one lie, and like the boy that cried wolf, that our parents tell us the story about so much when we was young, that one lie it stuck with me, and I got kids now, so me being me, I can understand on where I went wrong, but the justification on the outcome wasn't right. If you understand what I'm saying. Right now, my mission is to help those people that's in the same situation that I am, but past tense, because you guys are basically what we call government officials and placements. We don't see you guys that much unless the placement is under investigation or something like that. Um, we know that you guys are there, but immediately we don't know what numbers to call. Just like if we was in juvenile or something like that, a lot of kids they know if they look on that wall they can call there or something like that. Those posters that's supposed to be up, or you can if you can't get in contact with your caseworker or something like that, those posters don't come up until you guys gotta do a walkthrough or something like that. If you understand what I'm saying. So the transparency from us to you guys directly, it don't come unless we run away from placements or we do something bad to where you guys got to relocate us. I'm trying to help both sides here because at the end of the day, you guys got a lot of kids that you guys got to care for, a lot of caseloads, and if we can minimize the 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 referrals that you guys get on your desk to relocate this person and that person, it can be a lot of more things that can be done in the system. Because a lot of us we don't trust you guys until we get grown. I only had two caseworkers that I trusted my whole life. You understand? And I am familiar with some of my peers on this call. I have went through numerous systems from the Pelchin to ACIB. I have been in a lot of transitional placements that still are here today, and a lot of those placements I didn't reach until the end of my life. So I was already damaged. If you can understand what I'm saying. I come from a home where uh it was a lot of detrimental stuff happening, but it wasn't so detrimental to where I couldn't. I just feel like I couldn't just embrace on telling you guys, and you guys can make it right. I just wish I had more caseworkers that, like at the end, there was more, transparent, and it's a group of us peers on here that's transparent, but it's it's another group of people that's not as transparent. If you can understand what I'm saying, and the group that's not transparent outweigh you guys at times because it takes for a whole bunch of detrimental stuff to be going on in the world. You know, I'm still connected with a lot of my foster brothers to this day. We created a whole little family outside of what you of us transitioning out of there. So if you guys didn't do anything else, you guys structure unity. Because a lot of people in this world don't have nobody. But at this point as well, we understand that a lot of us got jackets, mental health jackets. A lot of us was thrown in the corner where we had to take medicine. The only problem that I physically have is seizures, and that it went from me having seizures and people not understanding that I'm just a kid, a damaged little boy, that really just needs somebody to talk to where it went from me taking psych meds. You understand what I'm saying? And that affected my school to the point to where I was falling out of class and stuff like that, and I couldn't focus on what was really important. So it took me to run away from you guys to really understand what was really wrong in my life. I was really given a jacket. So I stayed away for so long to where nobody could find me. You understand? And I went back to school when I was 17 and a half years old. I was just about to turn 18, and I know you guys couldn't do nothing to me physically because I was already gone. You understand? I graduated school. I moved to Washington State, and I started going to the University of Tacoma. From there, it was nothing for me to fall back on from you guys but some pals money. That pals money didn't last too long. Eventually, what I went to school for, I got sidetracked because now I'm 18. Now I can basically do what I want, but I've been sheltered so long in my life. The items that we had was pepperoni pieces every Friday. We didn't do too much. So I wanted to start nitpicking with other things that I shouldn't indulge with. And the things that I shouldn't indulge with, the average person wouldn't live to tell you guys the story today. But I lived through that. I became homeless. I started calling out for help from my family. They didn't want to help me because they feel like I betrayed them. They feel like I told you guys a story, you know, and look who I got to crawl back to. So mentally, I'm at the point now where, okay, they taught me this, and I came up on this. This what I was going through wasn't so bad that I had to turn my back on this, but I got other siblings, you know. So my other siblings stayed at home, and at this point, I'm understanding the real art of manipulation. I understand that they was coached. You understand? Like it's like we're not we're not seeing eye to eye no more. You know, And I had to make a decision if I was gonna let the streets beat me or if I was gonna beat the streets. I lived my whole life up until the point of when I turned 25 last year, thinking everybody was out to get me. The system. I understand you guys now, but up until last year, and a lot of people, it's probably not gonna sink into them how it suck into me, because just like you guys have groups about us, we have groups about y'all. You understand? And I know you guys are out there to help me now, or and always was because I'm grown now. But these kids and these placements won't probably understand it until also they grown as well. And if we can break that cycle of them thinking like that, I really feel like we can get a long, long way. Honestly, because
Okay.
like I say, it's a good group and a bad group everywhere.
Right. Well,
And
what I
up
said
until
to you
this point now, up
Mhm.
until everybody that I talk to and really advocate that, this is real. You understand? Like they actually giving us a shot now. Y'all are bad people. And honestly, genuinely, nobody on here, and I haven't even heard everybody's voice, but everybody that I see pop up on the bottom of my screen with the camera off and with the camera on is not bad people because we all here.
I'm gonna actually stop you right there, Andre, if I can,
Uh-huh.
for the sake of other presenters that we have. But I want to say this. I want to say thank you, first of all, for your transparency, as you said, your vulnerability to share your experience with us. I will say on my behalf, I'm very happy to see that you are a 25-year-old young man now and a father that is making a way for himself and for his children. I see you have interacted with your children. And I think, that's one thing I can say. You are breaking cycles. And I hope you continue to do that. Your journey is one that, we hear a lot, and I'm learning a lot. I am a part of this space, but what I do generally, I work with young adults. I work with young students, and I, educate them on career pathways. So for me, being a part of this space with other individuals that do this all the time is always so eye-opening for me. So I want to say to you, if you can give us one point just in closing, because you said what you knew when you were younger and what you now know as a 25-year-old man, that's what we want to all bring together. We want the individuals that do this, whether in the school systems, if they work with other community partner agencies, to be able to hear from you who they want to have an effect with to be effective later on. And it goes on generationally. We see that because now you have children and you were part of the system that was of the foster youth population. So if you can give just one thing to help us take as a takeaway to help it better, mend that bridge that you said that now that individuals in this area are not bad people, what would that be? What would something we could say or you could say if we speak to other youth that came from your journey to say we're here to help? We want to be adults to help and advocate.
We all should have conflict resolution skills to make each other understand what's going on. The problem with my generation and the older generation is that we don't know how to really communicate with each other.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it takes for us to go back to our roots, Took on phonics, something that we can because it's too much technology. We have too many robots talking to our kids nowadays, And I have a fiance as well, so that's a big thing in our house right now. Like we're trying to break the cycle of, computers and other people being transparent with our kids, And the minute that you remove a child from their home, you automatically are the care provider for their kids.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the input. Your journey, I know, is continuing, and I and everyone else here appreciates the insight. I'm sure this story may be familiar to them more than others, but I wish you nothing but luck for yourself and for your family and what you're doing. And please continue. I want you to be a part of this space, to be able to input, to help us with the resource fair that we're trying to put together to help other young people like yourself that came from your journey, right? So they can become adults and, be responsible and just what we all want to do, just be productive human beings within our society. So thank you so much for sharing, and please stay on. If you want to interject later or add something, please feel free to do that, okay? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Have a great one. All right, Anna, thank you. The floor is yours again.
I don't know if anybody has, hey, Andre, I do. I'm sorry. Hey, Andre, I do have a question for you. Are you still on?
Yes, ma'am. I haven't went nowhere. I'm staying on.
Okay. Again, I want to say thank you for sharing your story. I do have a question. You mentioned that you meet with a group of peers that have similar experiences as you. Do y'all have a name for that peer group, or I'm just curious as to how to
The
get a
young
hold of
people, the young people that made it.
Yeah,
The
all
young
right.
people that made it. It's no definite group. No, man. We just a family of young individuals from all races. We met in the graces of the system, and we just been keeping it going in the graces of the system as well. Once you spend 5 years, 10 years with somebody, so it's hard to forget that person. So we still got some that's in, we got some that's going, but it's a family.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And I hope that you will extend this group's invitation to your peers as well.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of a couple of my brothers are actually already advocating. Some aren't, but some are. Justin Hayward, that's one of my foster brothers as well. A couple of more, advocating in different areas, but we're all together. Some I actually have a foster brother that actually works with the Haitian as well.
Very good.
So we're just starting off, in different areas. Some of us taking off slower than most, but we're not pushing no time period or no limits on progression. We started off rough, so life is getting better at this point.
All right. Well, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you next month and the month after that, and continuing your participation.
You gonna see me as long as this going on, man.
All right. Well, good deal.
And we did have a quick question for him in the chat, Anna. Someone did want to inquire with you. Andrea asked, is there any way that we can get in contact with the group or try to inquire if anyone needs any type of assistance with opportunities or in regards to a job? Is there a possible, contact that we could have for that?
I mean, we can possibly create a possible contact for that because a lot of us we meet on in person, or a lot of us we definitely meet in person a lot because we do recreational things like basketball and stuff like that. But definitely I will be getting in contact with my friends and family members, and that such, and we will put together some type of contact to where you guys can get in contact with us. Because
Awesome.
we're either on Facebook or on Instagram, so it's no definite place that I can really just give you and tell you that you can reach all these people at one time. But I definitely will create a group chat or something later on, and we can allocate that way.
Okay, we appreciate it. Well, thank you so much. I just want to give you some other kudos in our chat. Some people are just saying thank you for sharing your experience and appreciate your transparency once again. So thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, so we will move on. We kind of skipped the regions. Oop, let's see. So are you seeing the right screen? Yes. So check and see if your school district or school is on there. We just want to make sure that we are capturing all of the educators that are a part of this group. We do have kind of a big announcement that we do have our venue booked for our resource fair. We don't have, yes, everybody clap our hands. Janine actually set that up. So we got confirmation. It will be in October. We don't know the date yet. So we're waiting on confirmation, but it will be at ESC Education Service Center Region 4 off Tidwell. It's a huge space. So we will be able to have different workshops, have guest speakers, kind of create it the way that we see however we want to, really, that it will best suit the students that come and learn and their families and caretakers, and even just educators or other community organizations. So very exciting. We are still in the basis, our basic level of planning it. We are working, Aurelia is working on the flyer with our communications department. And pretty soon we will be breaking up into committees to getting vendors, sponsors, and really setting it up to be a successful event. All righty. And now, without further ado, our next speaker, we have Isaiah House 117. And I think I saw Krista on the chat. I'm not sure who all from Isaiah 117 was able to join us, but I will go ahead and pass it along.
Hi, I'm Krista Patton with Isaiah 117 House. I'm an expansion coordinator for Montgomery and Walker County. This is an actual house that we'll build, and it was founded to reduce trauma for children on removal day. I think I'm speaking to a lot of people who know exactly what removal day is, so I don't feel like I need to go into that. But the home would be used by the caseworkers to bring children instead of taking them to the office. We would have TBRI trained volunteers ready and at the home to welcome them all in and cook them a meal, including the caseworker, but mostly we're concentrating on the children, but we want to love on the caseworkers too. We know how overloaded they are. We want to cook them a meal. We can clean the belongings that they have. We will have brand new clothes, pajamas, shoes, backpacks, diaper bags, anything that they need to give them. So it also benefits their placement as they go out into placement. They come well prepared for 3 to 4 days. They'll have everything that they need. And we just want to stand in this gap. As I've spoken to many different organizations and ministries that are serving the foster children, the kids in state care in our community in and around Houston. I've had repeated over and over again that this is a gap, and this is a place where kids aren't being met by the community. And we just want to stand in that gap and love on children the best we can, and try to reduce trauma on that day and in that time before they're placed. I think if Christy, we also have a home and expansion going in Brazoria County, and I saw that Christy and Mona were both here. I don't know if they want to add anything to that.
Hi, Krista. Hello, everyone. I'm Christy Severe. Mona Kabler and I are the Brazoria County Expansion Coordinators, and we're just so thankful to have your attention today, and look forward to bringing this resource to everybody. I think Krista covered it well, but we're certainly open to answering any questions. We are just in the very beginning stages, both in Montgomery, Walker, and Brazoria County, of just sharing the need with the community. And so we don't have homes built and ready to welcome children yet, but that's what our goal is over these next several months, is just to share with the community what happens on removal day. And removal day can be original removal day. It can also be, I was removed from a foster home and my caseworker needs 2 or 3 days to find my next placement, or I left CWAP and I went to the mental hospital. I just got released. I need a day or two to kind of gather myself before I re-enter CWAP or move into a new foster home placement. And so that gap definitely exists. And we're very, very thankful to be bringing Isaiah 117 House to our communities.
Thank you both, and thank you for sharing. Were there any questions? Do we have any questions in the chat? And I know y'all sent a flyer out earlier, and I shared with the group, was that y'all were breaking ground in both houses or having your, I don't want to misspeak, kickoffs. Okay. And so go ahead.
We're expanding to both of these communities, and this was like the kickoff for our expansion meetings. So as Christy said, we're just right in the first beginning stages of just getting the word out. We are looking for any speaking engagements where we can be talking to people in the community and letting them know of this need. As you all probably know, your average everyday person does not even know what removal day is, doesn't know what that looks like for a child, doesn't know how traumatic that can be. And so we're out to raise awareness, help people to understand and oh, sorry, I got feedback there. And then feel the need for the home.
You are muted, Krista. Sorry.
Hello. Hi. This is Andre again. I was just wondering, are there any places or spaces that are being created to meet the needs of kids that have special needs, special requirements, such as I would say people that have certain requirements to noises and things like that, because a lot of times in placements, in foster homes especially, I see it. You see kids that have special needs to them, and you see kids that are everyday kids that are being placed in the same home, and it's one foster parent. And that causes a lot of problems in the homes where, there might be an incident where the kid lashes out and, his level of care just been pushed back a lot. I see that. Well, when I was in care, I don't know if it been, fixed now. But I just always wanted to know, like, is there something that's been in place to fix that need, or is it something that needs to be fixed?
That's a great question, Andre, and thank you so much for sharing your story. My son, who I actually fostered and adopted, is named Andre as well. And so I really appreciate you sharing your story with us. And that's a great question. So many kids in care do have really special needs that they need to be met. And while they're sitting in a CPS office, it's impossible to have those needs met. And you mentioned sensitivity to sounds. And so a child who has experienced an incredible amount of trauma and neglect, sitting in an office where phones are ringing and copies are being made and people are talking to each other and just business as general is going on, is not a place for them. And so Isaiah 117 House isn't a placement for the child, but where Isaiah 117 House can make a difference is that the child could come to Isaiah 117 House and stay there. Whereas if the child was in the office, CPS would feel really rushed to try to get them a placement and get them out of the office. With Isaiah 117 House, the child could stay in the Isaiah 117 House home and give CPS time to find the right placement. They wouldn't feel as rushed to get the child placed. So if the child needed to be there for 2 nights or 5 nights, then we can make that happen. And so that really gives the caseworker the ability to search for the right family and make sure that they get the best possible placement. So I think that's where we could stand in the gap as well for your question specifically.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm reading some of the questions in the chat. Are you planning on serving Harris County soon? We hope to have many houses in Harris County. It takes somebody reaching out to Isaiah House who is interested in being the expansion coordinator for a home, just reaching out to them and kind of going through their process. It takes about 6 to 8 months to go through their process and till approval. And they're here and they're ready to build houses in Houston. They're a 501c3 from Tennessee. And then we are actually just volunteering right now, but they end up hiring one full-time employee for the home. And so that is up to anybody who would be interested in opening a home in a different county. And they're open to that. They're ready to move on those things. So the typical length of stay. Do you want to do it, Christy? What's the typical length of stay?
Sure. Yeah. No, there was one about CWAP above, but
yeah, go ahead and do one.
The framework for the typical length of stay really is up to CPS. So the home is available to CPS, and we would always take the lead from CPS or CPI on how the home can best serve the community. And so if CPS says we have a child who needs to stay 17 days, and that's the best use we think for this resource, then that's what we'll do. On average, before COVID, the typical length of stay, I believe, was about 8 to 12 hours. And because COVID is sort of still impacting our community in an exponential way, we see that the average length of stay is just all over the board. As we look at open homes in other states, we see some stays being 17 days, 5 days, 6 days. And so that's really the resources here for caseworkers, and however they choose to use the resource is really up to them. If they have a child who needs to be alone, then they can be the only child in the home. If they have several children who can be in the home together, then we're able to do that as well. So that is really something that we would work with CPS and CPI on. The question above about CWAP, this is not a fix or replacement for CWAP. We are happy to see CWAP numbers going down to some degree, and Isaiah 117 House will help to create some alleviation for CWAP and create an additional option for CWAP, but it does not fix CWAP in any way. Isaiah 117 House was originally created for an original day of removal. And as they grow, and especially as the CWAP population has grown through COVID and beyond COVID, they're able to help stand in that gap as well. But it definitely does not have the capacity to fully alleviate the need for CWAP. Let's see, framework. Thank you. Mona's in the chat to answer some questions. Thank you. And then I think the last question about staff. So every home will have we'll have two paid staff members to run the home. And then each home has 40 to 60 trained and background checked volunteers as well. So it is really a community run resource. The way the process is set up, it really takes the community buy-in and the community participation to bring the house to fruition and to continue to run the house. So it is very locally focused within each county, and the residents of each county really keep the house running. But when a child is in the Isaiah 117 house, similar to CWAP, each child has 2 caseworkers with them. That would be the same situation. So a child or children would come into the Isaiah 117 house. Their caseworkers would be with them, stay with them in the home, and the children would be cared for by staff members, trained volunteers, and their caseworkers could do their paperwork, could make the hard phone calls while the children are playing in the backyard or picking out new pajamas, or if it's the middle of the night, sleeping peacefully, taking a bubble bath, or whatever it is, their needs are being met, and the caseworker is able to do their job as well.
All the homes will have a home office that the caseworker that's fully has everything that they need in it, printers and video, also where if the children would be out of their sight, where they can keep an eye on the child. And then they also are building visitation rooms on the side where the child can go to meet their biological parents. They can also meet with any therapists or have any therapy in there, or meet with a CASA worker in that visitation room. And it's like a little studio apartment. It has a small kitchen, a little living area. So what we're trying to do is take the children out of the CPS office, where they never have to sit in a cubicle or a conference room and never have to overhear a caseworker telling their story over and over again, just trying to take that not child-friendly place out of their life, and they don't ever have to go there.
All right, well, thank you ladies so much. And we're glad that y'all are a part of the collaborative, and I'm sure that we'll continue to hear new news as each place opens up. So thank you, Christy, Krista, and Mona. And one more question. It looks like, what are the ages of children you accept?
If a child is in care, then they would be able to come to the Isaiah 117 home. So open homes have seen children come to them straight from the hospital all the way through 18 years old. So it is really a resource to give to CPS. And if CPS says we have a child who needs to come, then the red door is open.
Awesome. And alrighty, well, we will continue on. That question was asked actually by our next speaker. And I hope I say your name correct. Janelle Savage with Angel Reach is here to share with us as well. I do want to say right before she comes on, I know we end at 2 o'clock. This meeting is recorded. If anybody needs to get off, if you're having a 2 o'clock meeting and our presenters can continue to stay, we will share the recording so that everybody can get all of the information that's a part of the meeting today. All right, Miss Janelle.
I think.
Maybe. Okay, she does have, oh, you're on mute. There you are. Okay. Thank you, Clador.
Thank you all for letting me be here today. It's wonderful. I am the volunteer event coordinator at Angel Reach. It is my position to go out and share what our mission is to break the generational cycle of abuse, neglect, and homelessness in our community. We currently are placed, our resource center, which we call our community youth outreach, is in Conroe, Texas. We have 4 homes where we can house young adults between the ages of 18 to 24. We do serve young adults, some youth 16 to 24. We have a 4-year program, and the homes are a place where basic needs can be met. We can have these young adults feel a part of their own home for some have never experienced that. We want to get them safe. We want to teach them life skills classes, help them with employment, with education. One of the biggest things that we have to help, and it's usually this is the first place that we start, is counseling. Many of them come to us with so many challenges, being in the system their whole lives or in and out of many different placements. It's not unheard of to have young adults that come to us that have been in over 30 different placements in their young life. We have a staff of about 32. We have a clinical director team. We have an education coordinator, employment coordinator, which comes together to create the Fosters for Success program. We have life skills that we teach every Monday evening. This is required for our young adults to take part in. We also do enrichment activities. We try to bring in many volunteers to work with our young adults and help with financial coaching, mentorship, teaching them how to take care of their own homes, cook. There's a variety of things that we help, even, cleaning, basic needs. For some of these young adults, we really have to start from the beginning because they just haven't learned these skills. And we want to help them. Our number one goal is to help them move into adulting and, to fulfill their basic needs, but eventually help them succeed in creating and, having wants and hope and joy in their lives. It is, a slow process at Angel Reach, but we do see successes. Young adults can come into our program and live in one of our 4 homes that I mentioned. We also broke ground in October in Montgomery County. We are building 32 duplexes on 5 acres of land that was gifted to us 5 years ago. And this is an exciting change for us. Moving forward, we had to put this on hold due to COVID, but we've broken ground, and this is going to be a place where young adults who start out in our Fresh Start home, which is level 1, and as they gain more experience, they're in school full-time or part-time, and also they have a job, they have their documents, which some have none of that when they come to us. We can move them up into level 2, which is the bridge. And then after that, as they're beginning to save for a car, they're doing well in school and with their job, their employment, they can move to level 3, which is new beginnings. And this is where the duplexes come into play, and young adults can move into one of these 500 square foot apartments. It's going to be where they're going to learn the life skills to take care of this. They do, pay rent. Angel Reach is all about giving a helping hand, not a handout. We want to teach them to be able to care for themselves and eventually a family if that is what they want. So there's some tough choices that have to be made. They are young adults. They have the freedom to come and go, but we're not a shelter. So we have to put expectations in place that all of our staff share. Once they come in to Angel Reach, they will meet with a youth coach who will sit down with them and see where they are with their, in terms of their education. Did they graduate high school? Did they get their GED? Do they need to graduate high school or get their GED? It depends. What type of documentation do they have? Many of them come to us with just the clothes on their back. They don't have any identification. Many know how to drive, but they don't have their driver's license. So this is a whole process that we go through with them. We have staff 24/7 in our level 1 homes. As they move into level 2, they will get more independence. Level 1, when they start with us, once they get a job, they will pay rent that first month, $50. And as we see that they're doing well, they'll move up to $100, and then it'll just start to increase. We have to prepare them as they move onward and eventually do move out. On average, a young adult may be with us anywhere from 6 months to a year in a level 1 home. As I mentioned, in the level 1 home, It's 24/7 staff. Currently, right now, in all 4 of our homes, we can house up to 25 young adults comfortably. We have had up to 27. It's been a little bit tight, but this is why we're so excited about the village. We also have the other side of our program. There's a lot under the Angel Reach umbrella. We were started back in 2004 by a biological mom who also fostered and was a kinship parent, next of kin. And she saw the needs for kinship families, that they received these kids and decided to take over guardianship rather than have them placed in care. But yet the families really didn't have the resources, even right down to beds in their home or, a kitchen table for maybe 4 kids to sit down and eat as a family. No back to school supplies, no clothing or anything like that. And our founder started in her own neighborhood with her neighbors, her friends, and then she reached out to the local church communities. And started with her own. And out of that, she started a food pantry and a gently used clothing. I would probably say it really was just, she was collecting bags from lots of people in the community right in her garage. And out of that was born Angel Reach. So currently right now we have 7 facilities. We have a food pantry where we help these kinship families every Tuesday from 9 to 12. On average, we feed 65 kinship families who have 3 to 4 children on average each week. We also bring in our young adults to work on Tuesdays and Mondays in our food pantry. We do get some assistance from the Montgomery County Food Bank, but most of our donations come from individual donors and restaurants and grocery stores throughout Montgomery County if they can help us. Most of the donors that come to Angel Reach are individual donors. We love to partner with churches, community organizations, companies. There's a variety of different ways that volunteers come to us, and we have volunteers that help in our food pantry. Today we had 3 brand new volunteers that came and helped and worked alongside our young adults. Many of our young adults, depending on the trauma that they've experienced, are just not ready to really get going in the program right away. So we try to place them at our food pantry. Even maybe coming to our resource center, and if I need some help because I am the event coordinator, we try to get that communication going, getting them to build trust. When they come to us, they have no trust, and that's one of the things that I have to tell our volunteers is our young adults, just based on the circumstances that they've dealt with their whole lives, they won't trust you, and it is a process. It takes time at Angel Reach, but they do build relationships. The kinship families also are able to come to our gently used furniture / thrift store, which is in the Wood Creek Shopping Center in Conroe off of Fraser Street. This is open Tuesday through Saturday for families to come in and shop. Many of them come to the caregivers with nothing. So when we get the initial intake, we will have our kinship director, and we do have a social worker on staff, which will go out to the homes and do an assessment and see what their needs are. Many of them don't even have the internet. You can imagine, I'm sure you know, it was very hard with COVID. We had so many families that just didn't even have computers at home, didn't have any internet. And now they had these kids staying at home, and they weren't receiving any assistance in terms of food. We did a drive-through each week just to keep our food pantry open, so that families couldn't come in, but we made sure that they still were fed. And it was the same way with the clothing, anything that they need, back to school supplies, diapers, car seats. At this gently used furniture store, we accept donations from the public. In 2019, we opened this store, and anything that we sell, because it is open to the public, and in the area that it's located, it really does help the public in this area. Many could be kinship families, so it's a good education resource for us. But some are just too afraid to come and sign up at Angel Reach. So we're trying to break down those walls to let them know that we are in the community. When a young family comes, on average, I would say it's usually one grandparent that is raising these kids, 3 to 4 kids, and they will meet with the director. She will do an intake on them, see if any of these kids have special needs. Do they need a tutor? We'll provide mentors between the ages of the kids 13 to 18. We help with computers, anything that they need. If the director needs to go out and speak with the school counselors, teachers, they will help these grandparents or anyone that is the extended caregiver. So that's part of our kinship program. I'm getting ready to put on an event on June 5th called Always Pursue. These are for the kids that are graduating high school or the young adults in our program that are getting their GED. Most of these kids were I call them kids even though they're young adults, but most of them were in 10th grade when COVID began. So to graduate high school now this June, what an amazing feat for them. I mean, they've just worked so hard. So we're doing a drive-through celebration at one of our community partner churches. We've done this the last 2 years, so this is our 3rd year. And we just bring in about 150 volunteers, and we put on a great drive-through celebration for these young adults. And they get to do a walk down this whole clap out area. It's really wonderful. I'd be happy to send the video so that you guys can see the event that we've done the last 2 years. But if you go back to our transitional living, we have kids that live with us, but we also have some that we can't bring into our homes because we just don't have the space now. But they can come to our resource center Monday through Thursday and receive 2 meals a day. They can take a shower, wash their clothes. They may be living with a kinship family. They're just now 18, 19 years old. And that's where they want to stay, but they need to utilize our resources, and we're happy to help them. They would be considered a day client. The ones that live in our houses are in-house clients. So a lot of these young adults that are day clients, they may be sleeping in an abandoned building in the woods and actually working a job. And they can come to us and receive 2 meals a day and take a shower and wash their clothes. They may even be with a kinship family too. But whoever the guardian is really can't help them move into adulting. So they're very grateful that the youth coaches and the whole team at Angel Reach can step in and help them find a job, learn how to, write a resume, how to do mock interviews, provide counseling to them. So, that's kind of what we do a little bit is what Andre was speaking to. And Andre, if you're on this call, I just want to give you a shout out because it took a lot of courage for you to speak today. And even though I'm the volunteer event coordinator, I've been a volunteer for 9 years at Angel Reach. And my background is in trade shows, and but I feel so strongly about this mission that I came on staff 4 years ago. I've seen successes, and it takes time, but I've seen our community that wants to help. I've worked with lots of different caseworkers through the years as a volunteer and on staff, and it's not easy, but there are so many great organizations and collaborative groups that really want to come together and make a change, as does Angel Reach. So if any of you would like to take a tour of Angel Reach, I'd be happy to welcome you. We're trying the best that we can, and we are making a difference. I do want to share with you one quick story. Back in December of 2019, it was the evening before Christmas Eve, and the Houston Police Department brought up 2 kids. The young man was 19 and the girl was 17, and they were living on the streets down in Houston. They had run away from their foster care home. And so the Houston Police Department had heard about Angel Reach, and they brought them to our resource center on Dallas Street in Conroe. And it just so happened at that time, I was there and our transitional living director was there. She helps the young adults 18 to 24. And the kids came in, they were very scared. We shared Angel Reach with them. And just so you know, every young adult knows that they can come to Angel Reach for many different reasons. And they can leave whatever they want, but our staff works really hard to try to let them know that they came here originally for the help. And that we're not a shelter. So we try very, very hard to get these kids to stay with us. But we don't force anyone. Sometimes they will leave and within hours they'll call us and say, you know, can I come back? And what we try to share with them, which we always do, is that we're not a shelter and that if you do leave us and if we have already placed someone new, you can't reapply until 60 days. But our staff will still stay connected with them, even go to try and find places where they can sleep, get a bed at the Salvation Army, whatever. But going back to this, these two young ones that came in, we shared Angel Reach with them. And in the process, the door opened and a young man came in. This young man had grown up in the gang system his whole life. I think it goes back 4 generations, gangs and in his family, and just not a good situation. He was in Angel Reach and came to Angel Reach and stayed a little bit and left 3 times. And he walked in and I know him well, and he sat down while our transitional living director was talking to these 2 kids, and he listened and he whispered in my ear as a tear was dropping down on his cheek. And he said, everybody at Angel Reach can help them. Do they know that? And I just looked at him and I said, Cindy is going to explain this to him. And he said, I can't believe I left so many times. And I said, sometimes that happens. And he said, I'm so glad that I finally decided to come back. And this young man graduated from Sam Houston in December of 2019. All of 2020, he worked with at-risk youth down in Houston. And he's now in the graduate program at Sam Houston. His story is so inspirational. We recently had another young man graduate from UT. A lot of our kids go on to Lone Star, or they go to a trade school, or if, you know, they just want to try different types of careers out. We're here to do that. We also work with companies in Montgomery County that understand the trauma. We even suggest that they go through the TBRI training to understand the young adults that we're serving, so that possibly they could give them a job opportunity. Understand that they may not be able to come to work one day because they had nightmares the night before and they're working through lots of challenges with the counseling staff. This does happen all the time. And Andre spoke about communication. That's one thing that I see quite a bit, is that these young adults, they come and they have to live together now and work together in the homes, and communication is challenging, but we are working on it. We're trying to help them in the life skills, not just learn life skills, but actually communication is a life skill. So to work with their peers, but also to the people that they're going to be working for. We bring in entrepreneurs. I can't tell you the number of entrepreneurs that have grown up in the system, been in it their whole lives, or there never was the system. They just were a kinship kid and passed around from family to family, lived on the streets. We bring them into Angel Reach, let them be part of a life skills class where they can share. Be careful not to go too deep to trigger anyone, but to share what their stories are, and that there is hope out there, and that, you know, they can choose their own destiny. We're a faith-based organization, and with some of these young adults that come to us, they want no part of God. Some of them want to learn about Jesus, want to learn about the Bible. And so, you know, in a very basic way, we start, you know, sharing that if they're comfortable with that. And so, yeah, I'm just very honored that you guys let me come here and share our mission. Please, if you know anyone that is aging out of the system, please just direct them to Angel Reach in Conroe.
Thank you so much, Janelle. That was a lot of great information. A little bit of, we are, originally our meetings were 2 hours long and we shortened them to an hour long. And now we might need to think about expanding because we have so much great information to share. I don't see any chats or questions in the chat right now. But we will share your information with everybody on our recap. Janelle has also shared a YouTube video that we will share out that goes over Angel Reach as well. Okay. All right, and a lot of thank yous for all of the information. All righty, and next we do have Miss Erin Weeb. We are going over, so I will give you the option. I know we have about half of our, let me see how many people we still have here. We have about 45 people still in the meeting. If you would like to present and share now and come back and present like at the next meeting, or if you would, you let me know what is best for you.
I can just give you a little snippet about our program and that's fine.
Okay, great.
So my name is Erin Weeby and I run an SIL Supervised Independent Living program at DePelchin Children's Center. So I knew Andre once upon a time. And we have been in existence as a SIL provider since 2014. I run what's called a non-college dorm. So we have 20 bedrooms with private baths. And so all the young adults that are in our program are in extended foster care. So they're still meeting with a caseworker on a monthly basis. They've opted to remain in care and they can stay with us until the month that they turn 21 if they choose. It's a totally voluntary program. But in order to be eligible for extended foster care, they need to be working either at least 20 hours a week or they can be enrolled in school, whether that's high school, a GED program, or college. And so some of our young adults opt to do both. We have quite a few that are we have quite a few graduating seniors. I should have 6 that are graduating from high school, either this June or I've got, I guess, 1 in December. And then I've got 3 young adults that are currently in a GED program. And then everyone else is working. Is everybody here, I guess, familiar with my email address is EWIEB as in boy @depelchin.org. We are one of, I believe, 8 SIL providers in Region 6 now. When we started, we were just one of 2, and they've expanded. So there's lots of different kinds of settings. Mine is the non-college dorm, and we're at like Shepherd and Memorial. There's some home-based programs too, where like young adults will, same-sex young adults will share a house, and there's some like in Humble and some in Spring, and like some on like the southeast side. And so it just depends on what college is closest, what the needs of the young adults are, what kind of resources and what kind of supports they have. A lot of times like kids consider coming to our program and they think like, oh my gosh, it's Houston and it's so big and it's intimidating. I grew up in Humble. So luckily there's other programs that are smaller in areas that they're a little more comfortable with. So I like for the young adults, if they are opting to go into extended foster care, to know that they have a choice, that there's several different SIL programs in our region, and they should really like look at each one to see what the best fit is so that they can be successful. We take a lot of young adults like right out of care. I take a lot of young adults on their 18th birthday. And then we also have a lot of young adults who opt to sign themselves out of care and then couch hop for a little bit and realize it's not as easy as they might have thought. And then they ask if they can return to care, and it's a pretty easy process. Their caseworkers can help them do that. And if it's been an extended period of time, more than 6 months or more than a year since they left care, they can reach out to their PAL worker, and their PAL worker can help them return to care. So the DFPS website has a lot of information about the SIL programs. They're actually all throughout the state, and there's several that are affiliated with a lot of the college campuses now, predominantly like up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but there's also like all the A&M schools have an SIL associated with them now, which is fantastic. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has about the SIL program, be it here or you can always give me a call.
Alrighty, we had someone ask for your email and Bobby shared that. You shared it verbally and Bobby put it in the chat. I don't see any questions, but we'll share all of this information in the recap email as well. Thank you so much, Erin, for sharing your information. Yes, and more thank yous in the chat for everyone. We'll keep going. Open share. I did want to share, and I'll do this in the recap too, but our Houston Galveston Area Council is taking a transportation survey that everyone in this group should fill out because we know transportation is a huge barrier for a lot of people. So I will share that information and hope that everybody is able to. There's virtual and in person all throughout our region. So I'll share that information as well. And just kind of some of the same flyers that we share each month, life enhancement services. There is a new resource, the women's resource. This is new for this month, Miss Gina Mitchell. We're hoping that she will be able to join us in one of the upcoming months and kind of talk more about this, but we'll share this information as well on the recap so you can learn more about it if you want to go to their website. These are the same ones that have been in our recap. We need to see what our next, and I don't think does it show you guys the spinning wheel? It does?
Yes, it's
Okay.
on there, Anna.
Okay, does it show it spinning?
No.
No, we can't see it.
Okay, well, I promise it just landed on, because I don't know what's going on with my computer. It says DFPS referral process. So we will learn more about that. We've covered that again, but I don't think we can cover it enough because it's so much information. So we will have that for our June meeting. And our June meeting is June 13th. So hopefully everyone can join us again. And that's it. Anything anyone else wanted to share or say before we close? I'll take that as a no. Okay. And thank you again to all of our speakers and meeting the new organizations. So thank you guys so much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good-
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.